So Bionic Articulations, as I'm sure you've read because you're all here, requires ZBrush. That's the only tool you'll be needing today. And we'll be going for about 5 hours or so, depending on Keyur. Usually we go longer. Just everyone to keep in mind that we have a recording also, which will be emailed to you afterwards when it's done processing. So, you know, if you feel like it's too fast or can't keep up, I will say, I personally use Rhino, Grasshopper, Maya, Houdini, and ZBrush on a daily basis. And ZBrush by far is always the most confusing user interface to me. It's not the most confusing software, but the user interface is very confusing because it's the complete opposite of every other user interface in existence. So you know, don't feel worried or concerned if it's confusing to you, because it's confusing to me, it's confusing to pros, it's confusing to a lot of people. It just takes time to get to know like where things are and you know where to find certain things. So don't be worried. You'll have the recording for 60 days. If you feel you can't keep up, sit back, watch, and go back to the recording. We're here to just to have fun. So I'll introduce Keyur. Keyur Mistry, who's your tutor today. He's a member at Zymorphine, principal at Studio Sympathia, and recently just started as senior designer at Zaha Hadid Architects. Keyur is an architect working at the intersection of architecture, fiction, and technology. His work is motivated by a deep-rooted interest in exploring digital tools to generate new kinds of aesthetics and architectural effects. Currently senior designer at Zaha Hadid Architects. His professional design experience includes working in New York at Mark Foster Gage Architects and other architecture offices in Germany and India. He studies Master of Arts in Architecture from, how do you say that word, Keyur?
It's Städelschule architecture class.
There you go. In Frankfurt, Germany, and he's also co-hosted a virtual reality exhibition in Frankfurt and organized an AA visiting school in Mumbai. So without further ado, I'm going to give it over to you, Keyur.
Thank you so much.
I'll be here the whole time. I'll try to answer questions as I can. And for the people in attendance, please make sure you ask your questions in the Q&A area.
Yeah. Please ask your question in the Q&A area, because otherwise it gets very confusing, and like I'll only look at Q&A section for questions. Yeah.
And then for you, Keyur,
Okay.
feel free to turn off your camera once you start teaching. Usually just makes things smoother.
Sorry, actually I lost audio for some time. What did you say?
I said feel free to turn off your camera.
Yeah.
When you start teaching.
Okay.
Cool. All right. I'll let you get into it.
Hello everyone. Thank you so much for joining. Just gonna start with one small presentation that I made. So this webinar is inspired by Design Morphine's master's program chapter 1, which is focused on prosthesis. So the idea is to envision a new kind of human body where prosthesis is not just a disability, but rather an advanced ability. So these are just keywords that relate with prosthesis and related aesthetics of these words. So these are just few references related to prosthetic design, and this is where I was looking at the design language for the webinar. And yeah, so these are more of mechanical parts, and I'm mainly looking at these kinds of shapes where there are like tubes and unique shapes, mechanical looking surfaces, so hard surface modeling. And yeah, this is also one of my favorite images. So we'll just start with basic ZBrush UI.
Keyur, before you start, I forgot
Yeah.
to mention that you gave us the files.
Yeah.
So everyone that's attending, I'm pasting the files link into the chat.
Okay. So when you start ZBrush, I have my custom UI, so your ZBrush might not look like this, but your ZBrush might look something like this, where so I'll start with basic UI first, and then we'll get into different kinds of modeling and tools and techniques, and also we'll show you how I model some of the parts that I made for the webinar. So in ZBrush UI, first of all, this space that you see is your document space. This is where you will model, and unlike many other 3D modeling software, you don't have here 4 viewports, like top, front, side, and perspective. You don't have that here. You just have one viewport space where you will be able to access different sides of your model. And so initially when you start doing something, you will see something like this, where this is just squares, squares, squares. But so initially when you start, this is your 2.5D space. We are not in 3D space yet. Just a moment. So on your right, if you see, there's something called as tool palette, where if you click here, you will see different 3D primitive geometries that ZBrush has given you, and also some 2.5D brushes. So if I select sphere brush, and I will just press Ctrl N, N for number, to clear that space. And now if you are, when I try to do this, I'm just sketching something, and if you see, there is some depth you get, but I'm not able to move around it. So in order to get into 3D space, let's start with just cube. So as you see, now you have more palettes here, more tools available to you. So again, I'll just press Ctrl N to clear, and what I'll do is I'll just press just click once and drag, and if you do that couple of times, you will again see um, you are just making you are not able to move around one particular cube, but you are making multiple copies of it. And again, this is, we are still in a 2.5D space. We are not able to move around. To get into 3D space, you will have to click edit object. Yeah, just make sure to uh, press this button, otherwise you will not be able to you'll get confused what's happening. So again, now if you see, ZBrush will most likely pick up the last cube that you drew, but sometimes it's also picks up any random selection that you had done. So just press Ctrl N to clear. So now I'm in this 3D space, and so on your right again, you will see, so ZBrush calls each and every model that you make as a tool. So this is one tool, this is another tool, and then there are different subtools. So you can have, if I just press and duplicate here, you can have 2 subtools within one model. So you're making something here, you want to try out a new design, you can go to another model and then make something else. And then there are other various palettes that will get into it. So the way you navigate in ZBrush is that you just press right click and you will be able to maneuver. If you press Alt and right click, you'll be able to pan your model, and if you press Control and right click, you'll be able to zoom in and zoom out. And while you're navigating, when you press Shift, you will be able to snap to a particular orthogonal view. So you will be able to see this guy. So right now we are in the top view, and when I snap on the right side, sorry, the bottom side, sometimes it takes time to update, but yeah, so that's how you navigate in ZBrush. And then when I try to sculpt on this, um, or let's just start with the previous cube that we had, or let's start with a sphere. Again, I'll just press, as you can see, this is turned off right now, so I'll just press Ctrl N and then click Edit Object. And now when I try to sculpt on it, ZBrush will say that I have to make it a polymesh 3D. So these primitive geometries that ZBrush gives you are not editable geometries. You have to, in order to edit them, you have to convert them into a polymesh 3D. So the way you do that is just click Make Polymesh 3D and click Edit again. Just clear the space, and now you'll be able to sculpt on top of it. And then on your left you will see that there are different kinds of brushes, 3D brushes that ZBrush has given you, which we will get into it. And then different kinds of strokes. So you can imagine a stroke as a stencil. So for example, right now, because I have this dots on, I'm able to make, if you just try to sculpt slowly, you will see that I'm making single instances just like this. But if I change it to drag rectangle, I am creating single instance of this standard brush. And if I try to use a spray, I'm making, let me divide this particular model so that we have more resolution. So as you can see, we have different profile, different kind of brush. And then there's something called as alpha, which gives an effect to your brush. For example, if I use this alpha, and now when I try to just sculpt with my drag rectangle on, you will see that we have a certain kind of effect. So you can use different types of alphas. You can import a new alpha, a new effect that you want. So these are just 2D black and white images where the white surfaces will be protruded outside, and the black surfaces will be basically remain with the existing surface. And then there's texture. You can apply different textures while you are sculpting. So right now I'll just go to subtool, and you will see a brush icon here, so that will enable painting mode on your model. And at the top you will see RGB button here. So when you have that button turned on, and now we are having this particular effect along with our alpha and our drag rectangle mode. And then there are different material types that you can use, whichever you are comfortable with. I usually use startup material. You can also use these materials and apply to your mesh. For example, if I want to apply this, so right now I am just previewing this particular mesh. Let me duplicate this one, and I will click move button and move this one here. So if I change startup material, both of them are getting changed. But let me go back to that material, and when I have mRGB on, that stands for material and RGB channel, and I will go to color and click fill object. So right now we are in this particular sub tool, and now when I go back to my startup material, just a moment. Yeah, now when you go back to my startup material, this one is just using my startup material or whichever I'm using, but this one, because I had applied that particular material with material channel on, it is keeping that particular material on that model. And then we have different colors that you can use here, and then at the top you will see something called as light box, where ZBrush has given you different kinds of projects, tools, brushes. So in ZBrush there are two file types that you can save. One is you can save a Z project file, and the other is you can save a Z tool file. So if you go to file menu and click save as, you're saving a project. So that means that when you save a project, all the models that you have here, all the tools that you have here will be saved. So next time you open the file, all of them will be here. And if you go here and click on save tool, that means you are saving only one particular tool. Okay, we have one question. How would you paint on it without sculpting it simultaneously? Okay, you can turn off your Z add, then you will be able to just paint. So, and have your RGB channel on, and now you're just painting. Okay, so yeah, we were at Z project and Z tool. So ZBrush has given you various sample Z project files that you can also start with and develop it further, or you can use a Z tool file, which if you just double click on it, that particular Z tool will get added to your project. And then there are various other different brushes. So these are the brushes that ZBrush has provided. At the same time, you have some additional brushes which you can just double click and double click on this. It will get added to your brush palette. But next time when you open your ZBrush, it will you will have to load it again. Okay. Okay, so is it just texture that we can paint? Is there a way to use different? Yeah, we'll get into different kinds of painting. Is there a way to save the project with a history of deformations? Yes, you can save your project. Just a moment, let me go back here. So at the top you will see that you have a undo slider where all your deformations are saved. and you can go to File and click Undo History. If you have this turned on, you will be able to retain your undo history, and but many a times the file gets very heavy if you have this turned on. Okay, and then there are different there's Gizmo here, so it's you can just move this in different axes. You can rotate it, scale uniformly with this yellow button, just click and drag, or you can also rotate your model in a screen space or pan. And then if you turn this off, you will see that this was the Gizmo before 2018 version of the ZBrush. Um, this version was introduced in 2018, I think, but earlier it was this. So this Gizmo is a little bit complicated to use. Mostly now that you have that different this Gizmo, you don't really need to use this one. The way you use it is just if you want to move this object in z-axis, just or say x-axis, just click on that particular axis, and then you will see this orange line appear, and you can move this particular object. Press shift, then it will move in that particular axis. And similarly with rotate and scale, so you'll see that red circle, so that is where you um, click and drag your model. And then so I'm just pressing shortcuts here. Q for draw mode, where you want, if you want to draw, you use draw mode, and then WER. And then so Sculptress Pro mode, we'll get into this after some time when we start sculpting. And then at the top we went through this just RGB channel, RGB intensity, Z intensity, and you have draw size here, and there's something called as focal shift. So I'll just change back to a standard brush, and change back to freehand, turn off, and now the focal shift is 0. I will have to turn on my Z add. So yeah, if you have Z add on, you're sculpting in the positive direction. If you have Z sub, you're sculpting in the negative direction. You can also keep this on and press Alt to go in the negative direction. So right now we have RGB channel on, so it is taking the other black color. So I'll just turn this off, Control Z, and now I'm going in the positive direction, even if I have my Z sub on. And so when you have focal shift to minus, in the minus direction, you will see that there are the brush edges are harder, and if you have this in the positive direction, you will see that the brush edges are much smoother. So yeah, it just, you will have to see for yourself what works best for you. And then here you have active poly count. So right now for this particular mesh, it's showing that it's around 130,000 poly counts, and total poly counts is the total of all the subtools within this one particular tool. And you can also hover over your uh, subtool to see additional details. So you'll see that number of polys and poly counts, any hidden polys. Just a moment. And then at the top we have different additional menus for much more additional settings for say alpha, different brush settings. You have this doc. So this is called as a document space. So if you go to document, you'll see that we have document width as 1038 and 579. You can also change this. If you want to render in ZBrush, you can um, increase the resolution. So let me just do that. I'll just make it to 250 and resize. Press yes. This will not lose your mesh. It will be there here, but now as you can see, our edit object is turned off. I'll just press Ctrl N and then again just click and drag and click edit object again. So right now our document space is 2500 resolution, and if you go on your right, you will see these three buttons called zoom, document, actual size. So if you just click and drag up, so now I'm zooming it down. So this is it's not reducing the resolution, but it is just reducing your document visibility size. So this is your actual size. You can reduce to half size. I will just move back to 1000. So the higher the resolution here, the harder it will be, the more system memory it will take while you are sculpting. And then this is where you will save. You can export your if you want to export this particular image, you can export it from here. Then there are different menus here. For example, if you want to turn on your perspective mode, let's go back to our cube. You can turn on perspective mode from this button. You can also go to draw and change your perspective angle here. You can also use this slider, and then you can go to preferences. You can also customize your UI. So you can go to configuration and click and enable customization. This is very handy because ZBrush has so many menus and so many buttons and settings, so it's easier if you have your custom UI. For example, I will just click restore custom UI. So this is where this is my custom UI, where I have all the brushes and all the other settings that I use often, so I don't have to every time go into these menus. And yeah, go to configuration and then click enable customization, and now you'll be able to pick up any button by just press Ctrl and Alt and click and drag. So now you are able to um, just add custom buttons onto your UI. And once you are done with that, you can turn it off and click on store configuration. Also, to add these brushes, what you can do is you can go to brush. You will not be able to add your custom brushes from here. If now I try to add any brush that I want to add on my UI, I will not be able to do that. I have to go to brush, and then from here I will be able to pick up any brush that I want. And if any brush is not there in this menu, what you can do is you can just select it once. For example, let's just select this one, then it will appear in your brush palette here, and then you'll be able to click and drag. Then you can just turn this off, store configuration, and you can also save your UI or load a new UI. So just press restore UI, And then on your right, this is where you'll be able to render your model if you wish to in ZBrush. You can just press render and it will take some time. So if you play around with different materials, it many a times ZBrush also gives you a good render. Right now it didn't show because there is no surface below or any other environment. Okay. Would we take a look at how to set up a stylus later on if you get time? Thanks. Okay, so is it just okay? Yeah, we'll get into the stylus in a minute. Yeah, on your right you will see there's something called as floor. So right now my floor is taking up the entire cube space. I'll just reduce this cube, turn this off. Okay, so basically this floor will always be at the bottom of your whichever subtool is the lowest, it will take that as the bottom surface. And you have, if you see over here, there are 3 X, Y and Z buttons at the top, very tiny ones. So if I turn it on, I have this as X plane and this as my Y plane. And then there is something called as local symmetry. So just turn this on, reduce the size. So if I have this local symmetry off, I will ZBrush will basically take this plane, this X and Y coordinates as the center and mirror accordingly. But if I have this turned on, and if I am currently say in this particular piece, okay, I by mistake I press. So yeah, sometimes when you do this, if you are not able to move around anything, you might have camera locked. So now when I'm working on this piece and I want to work on make this as a symmetrical piece, just press local symmetry and it will take the center line of your mesh as center line. And then there are these different just maneuvering navigation buttons. Then there is something called as transparency, where the tools that you are working on will be solid and the other subtools will be transparent. So let's go back to our draw mode, and if you want to, so now I'm just pressing Ctrl D to divide this particular mesh, and you can press S to reduce your draw size and this shortcut will appear. And I think we are in polymesh. Need to make this as a polymesh 3D. Now I'll be able to sculpt. Let me duplicate this one, and yeah, so when you have transparency on, sometimes you won't be able to sculpt inside this piece. So right now I have ghost transparency on, that's why I'm able to sculpt inside it. If you have it off, I won't be able to sculpt. Sometimes it sculpts, sometimes it doesn't. Okay, and you have a solo mode on here, so you can work on one particular piece. And then you can go to brush. If you are using Wacom, it's better to use ZBrush is better if you are using it's better to use ZBrush with Wacom than mouse, because with Wacom you'll be able to have much more brush sensitivity. If you press harder, you'll be able to get more intensity, and vice versa. So, and there are other tablet pressure settings that you can see over here. So that's just the basics of ZBrush UI. And let me go back to my UI. So now let's start with different types of mesh that you have in ZBrush that you can work with. So let's focus on this mesh. So now when I try to, so I'm just using clay builder brush, and when I try to sculpt, also one another button on your right palette, draw polyframe. So when you turn this off on, you'll be able to see the polyframes on your model, and the shortcut for that is Shift F, so you can turn it on and off. And so as you can see here, when I try to sculpt more and more, you have these polygons that are getting distorted. So what if I want to sculpt more detail on top of it? I will not be able to sculpt because my polygons are distorted. So in order to get rid of this distortion, what you can do is you can go to geometry and Dynamesh, and you can turn on this button Dynamesh, and what you can do is just press no, because we don't want to freeze any subdivision level. So now what it did is that it redistributed the polygons based on this resolution that we gave it. We gave a 128 resolution, so accordingly it uh, redistributed the polygons. And now again, when I try to sculpt, I have some more distortions. I'll just turn off my floor grid. So in order to again redistribute it, you just press Control and click and drag outside your model. You'll be able to redistribute your mesh. So that way you can keep sculpting and add more and more resolution. So later on you can also increase your resolution to, let's say, 200, and redistribute it again. So now if, for example, now if I try to increase it to 300 and try to do something, it will not do, because every time you want to increase your resolution, you just have to sculpt a little bit, like just single line, or even smooth it. So if you press Shift, you will see that you have another brush here. So right now I have clay builder brush, but if I press Shift, I have a smooth brush. So that way you can work with two brushes at the same time. Just press Shift. So now when I just press Control, click and drag outside the model space, I'll be able to redistribute it again. So let me just open the meshes that I have provided, and then we'll start sculpting. Okay, so there's one question: how do I make my workable window wider like yours? My window has the standard aspect. You can go to Document and turn off this Pro constraint proper proportions, and then you can change your document size whatever you want. So, okay. So let's just start with this one. Also, if, for example, now if you have, what I want to do is I want to keep this mesh, this model as a reference. So I'll just move this particular piece over here and press Shift F, sorry, Shift S. So it will make a copy of it. Yeah, okay, I think because I have only one subtool visible here, that's why it just created a copy of that particular subtool. What we can do is we can go to merge and click merge visible. So what it will do is it will create a copy, a merge copy of our model into one subtool. So right now we have multiple subtools, and over here it has all the tools in one particular model. I'll just press Ctrl N to clear this. So remember, this is just a screenshot here. So now I'm just pressing Shift S again, and so I have this as just a screenshot while I am working on this particular piece here. So now I can go to sphere again and click make polymesh 3D, and we can start sculpting. So the idea is to just initially sculpt shapes and then later on refine them with various other techniques. So initially you just have to just like a sculptor just sculpt. There are many other different techniques in ZBrush. So if you are not comfortable with sculpting, there are other techniques as well that you can use, um, other deformation techniques. So we'll get into that after some time. Also, if you press X, you will be able to turn on your symmetry. So if you go to transform, this is where you will be able to activate your symmetry, and these are different axes on which you can work with. You can also work with all the three axes together, or if you want a radial symmetry, for example, it needs at least one axis to be turned on. So right now I will go to transform,
Did we lose you, Keyur? Can y'all hear me? I think we lost Keyur. Give him a moment. Well, I guess it's a good time. Just take a 5-minute break and play with the user interface. and we'll get Keyur back.
Hello.
Hey,
Hi. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
yeah,
Yeah.
what can you do? It happens. That's the
Yeah.
internet.
Yeah. I mean, I was telling you, right? I was trying to avoid. So I'm currently in a hotel quarantine. That's why. Yeah, I was trying to avoid this situation, but somehow couldn't. Anyway.
That's okay. Anyway,
Yeah. So is everyone on break? Should I continue or?
no, you can continue. I think
Okay.
is a forced break.
Okay. Um, so yeah, we were talking about radial symmetry, and let's go back to our sphere. So yeah, I was talking about various types of, like we were talking about Dynamesh, and then also now when I try to press Control D, you will see that you have another level of subdivision, which if I try to zoom in, when I try to go on the previous level, I have this resolution. So here you can keep on having multiple subdivision levels, so that way you can add details to your model. So right now, as you can see, I have more detail here than this, yeah, on this level. So yeah, here from here you will be able to control um, your level of resolution, and this is just your Dynamesh. So initially just start working with 0 level of subdivision, um, and just start sculpting using Dynamesh. So let's, okay, so I'm gonna start with a new sphere, or I can just go undo my history. Okay. Mm. So another useful brush is move brush. You can just go to, just press M, and it will highlight all the brushes that are starting with M. So you have move elastic, you have move topological, and move brush. So initially just it will ask you if you want to save your undo history. Just press OK. So initially don't worry about your meshes getting distorted. So the goal right now is, so I'm not going to exactly model the same thing. And it's also an opportunity for you to invent something new. So that's why I'm just trying to make something that looks similar, but it will definitely be different. And once you reach this point, just press Control. And right now I have my Dynamesh off. That's why it's did not redistributed the mesh. So now I have it on and I have more resolution. But if you don't mm, like at the moment, I don't think so I want this particular effect. So I'm just gonna go back to a previous level and then turn Dynamesh on. So right now I have a lot of resolution. I don't want, and because if I now try to smoothen this part, um, it's like it's going very slow because it has more resolution at a starting stage. So just gonna reduce it to say 40, because I just want to get the preliminary shape here. So I'm just pressing Control. So now I have low resolution mesh, which is easier to also move. And you can also, there's something called a size in ZBrush, where if you go beyond certain size, so right now I have my brush size maxed out. So if I want to make even larger movement changes, I will not be able to do that because my model is bigger than my brush size. So ideally, if you keep your model size around 2 to 3, it works best. So now I'm also able to make even larger changes. So I just reduce the size and press Control. So now let's try to sculpt some shape here. So now I'm using clay buildup brush. You can also use your move brush to just scale your model. So at some places you will see that there are these holes that are created, and just press shift to see, and in order to get rid of them, just press Control Dynamic again. And this is happening because there is very less uh, resolution here. So what you can do is you can go to inflate brush, just press I, and just inflate this area. So this is inflating certain areas, and now just press Control and it will close off those areas. You can also go to brush and go to auto masking and turn on this backface mask. So what it will do is, for example, now when I go to clay builder brush, I have my backface mask here, and now when I try to sculpt here, you see that it is also taking geometries from the top surface as well, even though I believe I had some resolution in between. So you can turn it on, and then when you start sculpting, it will not affect the backside of it. So the idea is that initially we just start with creating primary shapes, and then later on get into secondary shapes and tertiary shapes, and add more details and subdivide, or sorry, split your model into separate parts. So this is where you're just sketching out, just like sketching something on paper. We are sketching out our model design in 3D. So working with Dynamesh helps you with just initially creating concepts. You can slowly start adding more resolution as you go forward. Just a moment. So now let's add some more resolution. So you have more resolution to work with. And then, so we talked about two brushes that we are working with. Like one is currently clay buildup, and then when I press shift, we have smooth brush. But you also have another set of brushes available to you when you press Control. So now you have a masking brush. So this we have been using since some time to clear our Dynamesh. Just a moment. Yeah. Yeah, and then when we press Control, we have another set of brushes. So these are masking brushes. So that's also useful to mask out certain areas. So I'll just reduce my brush size. And so currently when we are not painting, we are just masking certain areas. What that means is that we will not be able to sculpt in that particular area. So if you want to create a certain kind of shape where you don't want to make something over here, you can just use masking to mask out certain area, and again press Control. And now when you have masking, when you have already done masking on your model, and when you press Control, click and drag outside your model, earlier it used to redistribute your mesh because we had Dynamesh on, but now first it will clear off your mask, and then second time when you do it, it will redistribute your geometry or polygons. And then if you press Control and Shift, you have another set of brushes available to you. So if you see over here, there are clipping brushes, there is select brushes, um, slice and trim. So let's see what clip curve brush does. So now I have my Control and Shift on, and when I try to just press click and just drag, then I have this line where the gradient part will basically get cut off, and the other side will remain. So this is also helpful if you want to um, chop off certain parts. And you have different types of strokes. So if you want to use a rectangle, you can also use a rectangle, so it sort of retain only this particular area, and because we have symmetry on, it created that particular effect. And now when I try to um, just press Control Z, okay, I'll go back to my curve. So this side, earlier the gradient side was the side it used to cut, but now right now I have Control and Shift pressed, and when I press Alt, what it will do is it will chop off the other side, and because it's symmetry on, it sort of created this weird shape. So and also with curve, so right now we are chopping off only in straight line, but what if you want to cut off in curves? So what you can do is you can just press Alt once, and it will give you this curve. You can press Alt again, and it will give you another curve. So this way we can chop off certain areas. And then there is select lasso brush. So now when I press Control and Shift, I have select lasso. So what that does is that I'm just pressing, just click once and drag, and this green area means that it will make this area, keep this area visible, and the other area is hidden right now. It's not deleted, but it's hidden. And when you press Control and Shift and just click once outside your model, and it will like your complete model will get visible again. And just press Control Z. So now when I try to click and drag outside my model, it will flip the visibility. So that's also very useful when you want to work on certain parts together, or when you want to group this particular area as one group. And then there are different brushes called slice curve, which is similar to clip curve, but here it will not. Let me unhide it. So what it is doing in this case is that it is not cutting your geometry, but it is creating a different polygroup. So this particular area is one polygroup, and this particular area is another polygroup. And so trim curve and trim lasso, these brushes are similar to clip curve. Just a moment. Yeah, so trim curve is similar to clip curve, but when you do trim curve, firstly it will not work in symmetrical axis. You will have to mirror it, this geometry on the other side. Let me first turn off my perspective mode. So, and also what it does is that it creates this tessellated mesh wherever that particular area is getting cut. Whereas if I use clip curve and try to cut it, it will sort of retain the same polyframes, but create this particular flat surface there, and it will also do that in on both the sides. And just a moment. So yeah, let's go back to just basic sculpting first to see if we can try to achieve the same geometry. I'll just go back. Also, when I was talking about trim curve, for example, you're using trim curve and you want to mirror this particular geometry on the other side, you can go to geometry, go to modify topology, and click mirror and weld, and make sure your there are also three tiny icons here, X, Y, and Z. So make sure that you have the same axis turned on. For example, if you are sculpting in Y symmetrical axis, then you should keep this Y on. But right now we are sculpting in X axis, so just click mirror and weld, and also just press Ctrl Z. If you go down and go to deformation, you will also see something called as mirror. So this particular piece will only mirror on one side. So now when I try to go to geometry, modify topology, mirror and weld, it sort of mirrored this particular area on this side. So it is always taking this side as a reference and then um, copying it on the other side. Okay. So sometimes it will take some time to develop certain shapes that you like. I think it's just a matter of practice. but yeah, this allows you to have more and more intuitive approach towards design. You can also create very boxy hard surface shapes. For example, using just clip curve, you can chop off certain areas, and then it will give you those hard edges right from the beginning. So if that's something that you want to achieve. Then you can also use different brush, clay brush. So these are very basic brushes that you can use to just start out. So right now I'm just creating base secondary shapes. There's also another brush called snake hook, which is similar to move brush, but this brush is more elastic than move. For example, now when I try to move this one, this will give me more elastic move rather than the previous one. This one is a little bit slower. And then also, if you go to your gizmo and click on this wheel over here, and then it will give you some more additional deformation options. So for example, if I use deform soft, then it is giving me this particular box grid on top of my model. So um, what you can do with this is that if you want to say, like what I'm thinking is I want to elongate only this particular area, I can very well do that by going to draw mode and using my move tool. I can extend this particular area, but there's also another way. So I'm just going to this wheel, and now if you see there are these triangles here. So if you click on this orange one, what it is doing is it is giving you this more divisions on your mesh. So for example, right now when I try to like the way you move or deform this particular geometry is you press Control and mask out this area, and now I'm just pressing Control and single click, so it will basically unmask this area that we earlier selected and mask the other areas, and now it is giving me this gizmo in this area. So I'll just press this green button here, and now I'm able to um, deform this geometry on this axis. And but if I say, first of all, clear this mask and increase my divisions, and let's mask out this area again. Just press single click outside your model, and now when I'm trying to deform, it is basically deforming only this area and not the complete model. So I think I sort of like, I can just also use these corner buttons and then move. And in order to accept this change, you need to click on that circle and click accept. If you want to go back, you need to click reset. And if you want to delete, I think this will delete your model, but let's just click accept. So now again, let's start sculpting some more detail. So this is completely intuitive. There's no rule here. It's just how whatever way works for you, or like how you feel like sculpting. You can also, if you want to retain certain parts of this particular model, and see if you have, if you want to create another options in particular area. So there's also something called as layers. So for that, first of all, you need to go to morph target and click store morph target, and what it will do is it will basically store the current geometry as it is, and whatever changes that you make on top of it. For example, now when I try to do this, you can go to brush and press M and click this brush morph, and so now what it is doing is that it sort of went back to the previous version. Or you can click on this one or switch. I think we didn't make much major changes, that's why. Or you can go to switch to see whether you want to retain or not. um, if you want to delete your change, you can just switch back to the previous one and delete your morph target, so that particular change will go away. Or if you want to retain it, also again click delete morph target, so it will not, so the earlier version that it had stored will get deleted. Okay, so now let's go back to sculpting. So now I'm just smoothing certain areas. We can add some more detail on top of this by going to standard, brush, click D, use damp standard brush. So now you are able to create these panels. But yes, know that currently we are only sculpting. This will get more refined later on. We are just trying to create initial sculpt here. So I'm currently using my Wacom mouse, sorry, Wacom pen. So let me add some more resolution here. So yeah, you can like from start to end keep working in Dynamesh, and like there are other ways where you refine your model in a way that, if, for example, now when I press Shift F, I have my polyframes going in just vertical and horizontal direction. But this model is not um, good if you want to take it to different software, or if you also want to refine it much more. For example, if you want to have this as a hard surface line or sharp line, and if you want to work with edge loops and everything, then this particular polyframe will not help you. You will have to use something called as Z remesher to remesh the model along your profiles. For example, when we'll get into that in some time, um, but that particular model will have polyframes that follow the shape of your model. Okay, so yeah, let's also add some more resolution. So this is, you start adding resolution the moment you find that like your general profile, you when you are happy with your general profile, because the more you add resolution, the harder it will be for you to deform it later on. Okay, so how do you make a hard surface model which is accurate in size? Say that I'm designing a ring. How do I maintain the inner circumference such that it fits my finger? Um, you so you of course in ZBrush you will not be able to make it as accurate as Rhino. Like Rhino would be super accurate, but you will be able to make near accurate in ZBrush. We'll look at that when we start refining this particular mesh. So now let's what I want to do is I want to also, when I'm starting to detail out, um, we can look at Z remesher. So go to geometry and go to Z remesher. So let me duplicate this particular geometry, and we go to geometry, and when I click on Z remesher, and this is where you will be able to control your poly count. So now, because we have both of our subtools visible, it's sort of overlapping it. Let me go to my solo mode and press Shift F. So now our geometries, polyframes are sort of following our geometry, and we can now work with different levels of subdivision. So you can add more resolution and accordingly work on different levels. So I want to work on currently this particular level. So I'm currently using damp standard brush, and just dividing this particular piece into different parts. So this process sometimes, like, I mean, it really takes some time. It's not like you will get the complete model done in like an hour or so. Then there is also a similar brush called /3. So which is similar to damp standard. I'll just reduce.
I think we lost Keyur again. Let's just take a 5-minute break again. At least it's lining up well with breaks.
Hello. Hi. I'm so sorry, guys.
Hey,
Just a moment. I guess it's just a bad day. My ZBrush also crashed. Just a moment. Yeah. Also, if you ever, if your ZBrush crashes, just go to Lightbox and go to Quick Save. This is where you will be able to access your recovered files. Also, if my custom UI, if it is bothering anyone, if it is getting confusing, then just let me know. I can go back to the standard UI. Okay, so I don't know if this was covered or not before I disconnected. Um, yeah, so here I was talking about various levels of subdivision. If you have smooth on, then it will smooth your polygons, and if you have it off, then basically you are just dividing this particular mesh into multiple pieces. This is useful because many a times if you want to just have a small bevel in your model, then at after the third level, maybe on the fourth level, you have this, so it really helps.
you're
They're
asking, is
asking,
it
is it
possible
possible
for you to
for you to
share your
share your
UI?
UI?
Yeah, 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 I can do that. Um, After the webinar, I can share it in the same folder. Okay, so I'll just also, if you guys see, there are some other so this is where you'll be able to control the visibility of your subtools. We looked into this was for painting. Then these are other boolean icons that we can use to boolean two subtools together. We'll look into this in some time. Right now I'm just gonna go to solo mode and yeah, just start dividing. So we are looking at a /3 brush. So that's slightly different than our damp standard brush. And if you change back your focal shift, what it will give you, it will give you this nice clean edge here. Let me reduce my brush size, also reduce the intensity. So another helpful technique is that now when I'm trying to create these lines, you can see that it is very irregular. But if you want to have a regular line, what you can do is you can go to stroke and there's something called as lazy mouse. So right now it is turned on, but my lazy radius is set to 1. If I increase this to say 90, then what it is doing is, when I try to sculpt, it is giving me this red line is basically the 90 unit size. So when you have this on, it will be slightly less irregular than your hand movement. You can also play around with different settings here. You can change your step size or smoothness. So right now this step size is 0.25, but if I increase it, then it is creating these dots. So let's reduce this focal shift and increase the intensity. And if you want to create this kind of effect, maybe reduce the draw size, so you can also create this kind of effect, but of course it will need more resolution. So that's when you go to another subdivision level, and now you have more division level. So best way to fill a hole again after dividing or remeshing. Dynamesh. Dynamesh will close holes. So every time you subdivide it, it will close hole. Or also you can go to modify topology and click close holes. So that will close all the holes in your model. And then there's also another. So now when we are starting to refine this mesh, just a moment. Yeah, now we are starting to refine this mesh. There are different. So we started working with Dynamesh. So that is one way to work with geometry in ZBrush. Another is you can also work with polygon, like you can do polygon modeling, which will give you much sharper result than this one. So this is for, I mean, it depends what level of refinement that you want to achieve. Like if you just want to sketch out ideas initially, like as in this being just one model, and then you want to make another set of models, then you can just work with Dynamesh or even this Z remesher, and you can use, say, edge polish brush. I'll just increase my brush size, and now it is just polishing and giving me those slightly sharper lines. You can also increase the intensity of it, and it will give you even much sharper lines. So this way you can refine your model and have those sharp edges if you need them. But then if you guys are familiar with Maya, then like how in Maya you're working with edge loops, and having like if you want to have a sharper edge here, then we'll have to basically retopologize this base mesh, and use something called a z-sphere um, to remodel, or yeah, just remodel this particular piece, and then we'll have those sharp edges, and using brush called Z modeler, we'll be able to have same level of refined hard edges that Maya gives you. Um, in addition to those hard edges. In ZBrush now you can also add uh, additional details, so it's not just polygonal modeling, but you are also adding details on top of it using alpha maps. For example, initially we looked at different kinds of alpha. So even say this surface, if I want to have certain detail on top of it, I can just first of all mask out this particular area where I want to have detail. You can also go to masking, then click sharpen mask, so it will sharpen that particular area. You can also refine this mask using the same stroke lazy mouse that we looked at. So press Control, click lazy mouse, and now I'm pressing Control and also Alt at the same time. So I have, let me increase my lazy mouse. So if you see, this lazy mouse setting is different for different brush. For edge polish, right now it's turned off, but when I press Control, it gets turned on. And now I have Alt pressed. Also, you can change your focal shift, so this will be much sharper here. And then I'm just pressing Control, single click outside, and it will inverse my mask. Just a moment. So I have this particular area masked and this particular area unmasked. And now I'll just go back to my standard brush, click alpha, and let's just use, you can also import different alpha here, but maybe let's use this one and use drag rectangle. So now you can add more detail, but I guess this one is not suited for the kind of model that we are going for. So you can let me import some alphas that I have. So these alphas are basically black and white images, and maybe not. Or you can also use another stroke type called drag rectangle, drag dot. So in this case, your alpha size is determined by your brush size. So if I have this set to 42, then it will be smaller. If I have set to 90, it's bigger. And what it is doing is it is basically using that particular um, alpha, and I'm dragging on top around my surface. So I'm just gonna keep this as it is for now. Yeah, maybe later on. Okay, so yeah, I was talking about this multiple types of creating this hard surface. So one way is this Dynamesh and subdivision modeling, and in this case you can also now use a damn standard brush. So you can also use shortcut B to get this brush menu, and then press D, and then the additional shortcut alphabets given. So for damn standard, so I usually just press B, D, S and get damn standard brush, and I can go into what Z add direction and increase my lazy mouse radius, reduce intensity a little bit. So this way you are creating this sharp edge here. And yeah, I was telling, I mean, it depends what level of hard surface geometry that you want to create. This is more sketchy, um, but the other method where if you want to create a highly defined mesh, then it will of course take a little bit more time. We will get into that, how to do that. So right now I'm just switching between alt positive and the negative direction. So yeah, let me go back to my model first. You can set your autosave duration by going to preferences, where you'll be able to set it to a particular time period, 15 minutes, 30 minutes. Just a moment. Yeah, sorry, I lost connection of my tablet. Okay, let me go back to this particular model. And also, just a small thing to remember: if you press Alt, and if you have many subtools, mm, if you press Alt and just click on any of the subtools, you will automatically switch back. So you don't have to browse through all the subtools to select one particular subtool. You can just press Alt. So yeah, I just want to go through this model where um, if I So this was my initial sculpt mesh, where I just sculpted these particular parts, and these parts that you see, I separated them into different subtools. So earlier it was just one mesh, like the way we have it here. Sorry, here it was just one mesh, and then I separated them into different parts so that I can work on them, and also refine them. So let me go back, turn this off. Mm, wait, is this no? Hmm, okay, I think mm, I think I worked on this mesh. Mm, just a moment. Trying to find. I guess I guess this is the mesh that I was working on. Yeah, yeah. Sorry, I thought I added more detail and somehow lost the model. Um, but yeah, let me add some more panels here and just divide this particular geometry so that we can separate into different parts. So now I'm just using damp standard brush. And also, if you want to have a straight line while you are doing these cuts, what you can do is just click once and then press shift, and it will basically give you this line, and when you leave shift it will create that um, straight line. So yeah, I usually just initially create these kinds of panels and divide my model into separate pieces, or at least create these break lines. Also, sometimes creating these panels, it's not that intuitive like how like just sketching would be. So you can also sketch on top of this. If you are just designing, then you can go to standard brush and turn off your Z add or sub mode, turn on your RGB mode, and switch this to black. So now if you have a Wacom, it's useful because now you can, because we earlier had this alpha, I'm just gonna turn this off and go to freehand mode, introduce my um, brush size, Control Z, and again reduce my brush size. So this is even more intuitive. Now you are literally sketching on top of your model, so it's helpful for you to in just designing, um, and this is more faster because right now you are not making any um, geometry changes. You are just thinking like whether you want this particular shape or not, and you can just press alt to go back or to erase. Basically it's using the white color. And yeah, I do this quite often. You might I might have shared a file in which I have this model sketched out on top of it, where I'm just designing and just thinking which shape I want or what kind of paneling I want. So yeah, and now if you want to separate these different parts into different pieces, there are multiple ways to do that. Um, One way is that you can make, say, you can mask this particular area. That is one way to do that. You can also say hide rest of the other areas and then create a polygroup. And let's start doing one by one. So what I want to do is I want to create this as a separate piece. So I'm just gonna press Control. I will turn off my lazy mouse because I don't need at the moment, and just going to mask out this particular area. So now I'm just pressing Control and Alt to clear this mask. So now one way is to you can go to split. You can split this particular mask by usually it should show um, split mask. Oh, I think so. Yeah, this will work only if you have. So right now, because we have multiple levels of subdivision, um, it's not allowing us to split into mask points or mask areas. So we will need to delete this particular subdivision level. So yeah, this is like the earlier mesh that we were working on with Dynamesh. Let me zoom this part. So ideally, yes, you can also work with this particular piece and keep like the way we went forward with this piece by adding resolution. You can go forward with Dynamesh and keep adding resolution, and then you will be able to split to different parts. Um, let me go back to this one. And since now that I've deleted all the subdivision level, which ideally I would need it later on if I want to make any changes, or if I want to export this particular model and unwrap it, I would need subdivision levels. But now that we want to say we continued working on this piece, and we want to separate it into piece, we will just delete the subdivision levels, and later on I'll explain how we can get back those levels. So I'm just deleted that particular area. Let me duplicate this piece, and so now we have additional splitting options. So we can one way to do this is either you can split this part. So now within this particular mesh, that particular area is deleted. So that is what I did in my this model, where I separated all the parts from this piece, and that's one way to go about it. Um, it depends, and there's no right and wrong in this. It just depends how comfortable you are. Or you can also go to this. Let me go to this piece. Um, you can also extract this part by going to extract, and you can set thickness. So what it will do is, let me click on extract once. It will basically extract that particular area and give it certain thickness. And here there are additional options here. So it is extruding it on both the sides, from inside and outside as well. So that's why we have double-sided on. And now when I try to move around, you'll see that it got lost. You just need to click on it again, and if you want to work on this piece, then you need to click accept. So but what right now what I will do is, I want to maintain the outer surface. I don't want to go above this piece. So I'm gonna keep this to minus 0.1 and turn off my double. And now when I do extract, then it is going in the negative direction. I'll click accept. So now I have this as a separate piece, and I will press Control and just click and drag outside. And yeah, so I have this as a separate piece, but I also have this model as my base model. So it's also useful sometimes if you want to keep this as a base model and set, start working on separate pieces separately. Okay. And yeah, once you have this piece, what you can do is that, so as you can see, this piece is quite irregular, and I want to have much refined shape. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just press Control and Shift and click single click on this particular piece. So it basically um, made the other parts invisible, and I'm gonna delete the areas that are hidden. So I'm just gonna first press Control Shift, click and drag outside. So also please make sure that when you press Control and Shift, and when you want to work with visibility and make certain parts hidden, you need to have a select rectangle or select lasso, or basically the select tool on, because sometimes you will have clip curve tool on your Control and Shift, and then you will not be able to um, make any parts visible or invisible, because that's a clip curve. Okay. Okay, so yeah, just wanted to make you guys see that this particular area we will just get rid of. um, what I'll do is I'll go to geometry, modify topology, and click delete hidden. So it will delete the areas that are hidden. I will also get rid of this piece. So now I have sorry so now I have control shift and also alt pressed to basically get rid of that piece, and click delete hidden. And now I want to start giving more refined lines profiles to this. And many times when we cut certain pieces, it doesn't work well with symmetry on. So I'm just gonna get rid of this piece as well so that I can cut it properly. um, just press Ctrl Shift, single click once outside to make sure that you don't have anything hidden and all the pieces are deleted. So now let's cut this piece using clip curve. So you can use clip curve, but sometimes it like just a moment. I think clip curve would work better when you have both the sides here. So now when I try to cut it, it will basically cut it properly here. Whereas in our case, we'll use slice curve brush. Delete hidden. Let me get rid of this piece. Okay. Modify topology, delete hidden, and let's use slice curve. Now I have my polyframe mode on. So now I'm just pressing Alt at certain places. So this basically created that as a different polygroup. You can also turn off your polyframe. So if you click, so there are these two texts written on top of it. Here it is written polyframe. This is for color. So I'm just gonna turn off my polyframe so I can see my polygroups properly. Now I'm just going to, and also when you have this curve, if you press spacebar, you'll be able to pan your curve line. So it will help you to place your curve line at proper angles or position. So now I'm just going to press Ctrl Shift, single click on this polygroup, and that basically made the other polygroups hidden. And now you can go to delete hidden, and similarly I will just delete certain other like these edge parts. You can also do this, where even though you want to retain this piece, but later on we will merge all of them together. So let's say I want to get rid of only that piece. So I'm just going to press Ctrl Shift, single click on this piece. If I again do a single click on this piece, it will inverse that particular um, polygon. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to click on this one again. So now all the pieces that I'm just clicking on, it is making it invisible. So now I have only these pieces visible. I just press Ctrl Shift, and as you can see now I have a slice curve. That's why when I do this, I'm not able to inverse my visibility. So that's why I also have my these brushes on my UI, so I can immediately click on select lasso brush and just click and drag outside. So I have that particular those parts as invisible. Now I can also now I want to merge these into one polygroup, so I will just go to polygroups and click group visible, so all of them are in group. Okay. um, is there any particle system in ZBrush that can help me add fuzz or hair to any other geo? um, yeah, you can use fiber mesh, and if you go to fiber mesh, there are certain presets that ZBrush has given you. So you can just let's use a different subtool. The way it works is that you so let me make this a polymesh 3D. um, Fiber mesh, and the way it works is that you have to mask out certain areas, and then say double click this piece. So I actually did it on the other side. Preview. Yeah, so right now this is just a preview mode. um, if you want to convert this into geometry, you will need to do accept, and yeah, this works when you are doing rendering also. I think this will take some time. I'm just gonna press escape. Yeah. um, okay, so let me also just clean this up a little bit more. Slice curve. And just a moment. So now go back to select curve. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to retain this particular piece. I'll just hide this. Yeah, and go back. You can also press Control W to basically uh, group do the group visible. So now let's go back to geometry, delete hidden, and now we have this piece. So let's unhide this one. So now what you can do is you can either use say go to geometry, go to Z remesher. So we explored this earlier, but now we are working with minor, like a small part of it. So what you can do is you can reduce your poly count to, let's just say, let's start with 5. Okay, so you can reduce this more. Let's do this more. So basically we are trying to reach a low polygon model here. So now I'm just pressing shift and smoothing this particular piece. Going to much lower resolution, and yeah, I think this is fine. So now you can use Z modeler brush, and let's delete certain. So the way you use Z modeler is that, so now you have access to points, edges and polygons, just like how Maya does. So in ZBrush, if you hover over an edge and press spacebar, it will give it will show this particular menu where these are different kinds of actions that are available to you with certain targets. So right now I have insert on, and I have a single edge loop on. So when I do this, I will add single edge loop, and if I want to add multiple edge loops, then I will have to go to multiple, and another set of modifiers appears. So um, can just click here and specify resolution. So let's add say 2 or say 6, 4. So now I'm just adding 4 edge loops here, and also if I press alt and click on this, I can also get rid of that edge loop. So what I want to do is I want to also reduce this down more, so I have this edge as a sharper edge, and yeah, these kind of things we will have to correct them using Zmodeler. So what you can do is you can uh, if you hover over a polygon, then it will bring another set of actions, targets and modifiers. So right now let's just go select delete, and so for every action there are different uh, kind of modifiers that you get, but the targets remain the same, in a way that it is asking you, do you want to do perform this particular action on a single poly, or do you want to perform that action on all polys, or whether you want to perform that on poly loops or a poly group island. So say if I do single poly and if I have delete on, then I will delete one particular polygon. So that's what at the moment I want to do. I'll just delete these polygons, and now I just want to sorry bridge a polygon between these two edges. So I will go to edge, I will hover over edge and press spacebar, and then go to bridge, and my target is edges. So I'll just press single click on this edge and then single click on this edge, and it will basically create that polygon. So these kinds of changes, corrections we might have to do when we are working with Z remesher and going down to a very low level of subdivision. So what I want to do, and also another thing that you can do is if you hover over a point, um, then go to stitch, you can move. If you hover over a point and you move, so right now it is taking your draw size as your radius of movement. If I reduce my draw size, then only this particular area is getting moved. but what I want to do is I want to just snap this point to this point so that I delete this polygon. So I'll go to stitch and click on this point and the second point, and then what I want to do is I want to have a poly line in between here. So in my targets I have 2 points, but right now in my modifier, like earlier we had the end point, so the first point went to the second point, but right now I just want to have both of them meet at the midpoint. So I'm gonna just click here, oops, click here, yeah, and yeah, we will have to um, correct these triangles. We need quads so that we can divide equally. So you can also just stitch this point. I'm just gonna stitch it to endpoint, this one. Okay, and now with um, Z modeler you can just extrude this piece uh, and all polygons, and let's extrude this, and now either you can divide it or you can also work with preview of your division, just like how in Maya, if you press 3, then you are just previewing that particular geometry as a smooth model. So you can go to geometry, dynamic subdivision, and click dynamic, and it will basically divide your uh, geometry with 2 levels of subdivision. You can increase it, let's say 4. So now what I want to do is I want to have a sharp edge. So I'll just, and a shortcut for this is press Shift D, and if you press D and just click always, so D is a shortcut to turn on the dynamic subdivision, and Shift D is to turn it off. So now I'm just gonna add a poly edge loop here. Go to insert, and yeah, and also you can go to edge loop here, and go to, sorry, crease, and go to crease polygroup borders, so it will basically crease all the borders. So when I press D, now I have a slightly defined mesh. I can also, you can hover over this edge and press spacebar, and you can slide that particular edge. So right now in the target you have edge, so only this one particular edge will slide. You can have edge loop complete, so you can slide the complete edge loop, so you can bring them closer, and this will basically make it more sharper. You can also get rid of certain edge loops in between, so your geometry will be even more refined. So the in your lower subdivision level, the less polygons you have, the finer your high subdivision level mesh will be. What I want to do is I just want to now add edge loop here and here. Okay, so this is one way to refine your mesh by just, and now you can start modifying this mesh. Because you have a lower subdivision model, it will keep your fine lines, but you can change your profiles here. And if you don't want these lines, then you can also just mask out certain these edges here. And now when you try to smoothen this, or you can slide this particular point by using Z modeler brush, and let's just slide this point a little bit far. So we don't have that sharper line going there. Okay. So that is one way. Just a moment. So in this method, we started with masking, and then we did extract, and then we went to Z remesher, and that's how you can create different parts. For example, if I go back to my model here, so these pieces, so I initially just sketched out those pieces, masked those pieces, and separated them into a separate subtool, and then uh, brought it down to a lower subdivision level, and then started working towards it. And there is also another way. Can we take a 5 minute break? Let me just see. Okay. Okay, let's take 5 minutes break, and then we'll come back.
Did we lose you, or are you just frozen? Can y'all hear me?
Hey, just on a break,
Oh,
making
okay,
coffee.
okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Hi. Yeah, I'm back. Hi. Sorry, did you guys have like my audio? Was it okay? Like last 15-20 minutes? Because I believe there might have been some issue in my audio, but if not, then great. Let me know if there's any issue with the audio. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so that was one way we explored. Let's start with some other ways. So now we have say this mesh. Thank you. Um, okay. Okay, so now we have this particular mesh, and what I want to do is I like the earlier masking technique. It's bit tedious. It takes time um, to mask all the parts and then split them, and um, yeah. But there is another faster way to do that as well. So I showed you how you can sketch on top of your model. So you can also let's go back to standard brush, and I'm going to turn off my my Z add and sub is off, and I will switch to black color. So right now, if you see something like this, know that this is not this black color is not applied to your mesh. This is just a preview color. The moment you turn this brush on, this is where like you will now be in the painting mode. So what I want to do is since I'm using tablet, I want to go to RGB intensity, and if you see what this is doing is that it is giving me different intensity based on my tablet pressure, but I want to avoid that. So I want to have a continuous um, intensity and brush size. So I'm gonna go to brush and make this full, go to size and also reduce this, take it up. So now when I try to sculpt, I have this as sharper lines. So the reason why this is important is that mm, let's first of all switch to white, fill this object, and I want to create different polygroups. So I will turn this off. So right now this is just one polygroup. I want to create different polygroups much faster. So what I will do is I will just start drawing these lines with black color. Just increase my lazy radius, and so yeah, the goal is to divide your model into different parts and pieces, and have these black lines as uh, very much recognizable lines, um, basically not faded, so that ZBrush will be able to identify this particular piece as one polygroup, and make sure that it's closed. All the corners are closed properly, otherwise it will not identify it. Also, if you have this thickness very less, ZBrush will also not identify. You need to have good thickness for it to identify that this is one piece. Of course, you can also clean this piece, like pieces like, I mean, I could of course clean this piece much more, refine it better, but right now I'm just keeping it as it is. Last couple of pieces. Okay, so let me close this off. Okay, and then you can go to Z plugin, and there will be something called as poly group it. You can go to poly group it from polypaint, and it will take some time. Yeah, now when I go to my polyframe view, um, it automatically created those poly groups. At some places it did not identify, or somewhere my line was, yeah, I think here my line was not correct. So you can just close this off, and Yeah, let me try this one more time. Yep, yep. So now we have these pieces as individual pieces. We can, let me just duplicate this. We can also split these pieces directly into separate parts. Um, let's go to split. Oops. And also remember, if you delete by chance, so it is giving you this notification, and if you by chance have this always okay on, and if you delete your piece, you will not be able to recover it back. So um, I mean, you will be able to recover it through quick save, but yeah, so if you delete a subtool, you just deleted it. Yeah, you can go to group split, press OK. So now we have all these pieces as separate subtools. Um, but there is one way to recover it back. So what I want to do right now is that, because I have this piece, sorry, say I have this piece as one piece, but I want it to be mirrored on both the sides. So I'm just gonna um, go back to one of my subtool where I will see my undo history at the top. Yeah, I think this one. No, not this. Okay, I'll just delete these. Delete. Okay, always on. Because I want to keep them mirrored, so that in one subtool I have those pieces together. Okay. Now I'm just gonna go to geometry, modify topology, mirror and weld. So yeah, sometimes you will see this happening. That is because in select lasso tool you are actually hiding this particular poly loop. So you can use either say clip curve um, and click on this piece, and it will basically hide the other one. So now we have these two pieces as one poly group. I'll just duplicate this piece and group split. Okay, and yeah, so you can now go to say masking, and if you want to work on this piece separately, you can turn off your poly group here in masking, turn off crease and click mask by feature. So what that will do is that first of all I will turn off my brush here and switch color to white, and now it has masked only the border areas, and I will just press Control, click outside. You will see that the border is unmasked right now. So now I'll go to move, and just press single click and extrude this piece. So I will have certain thickness to it, and then I can go back to Dynamesh, click Dynamesh, and I will have this piece as a separate piece. So now if I want to start detailing out using Dynamesh, I can do that. So this was just one way to split different parts into different subtools, and if you want to work on them separately, then you can also sometimes if you press this expose view, it will basically explode your model into different let me turn off. Yeah, it will basically explode all your model and show you all the subtools that you have. If you click back again, it will bring it back. And yeah, so similarly you can just mask the border, give it certain thickness, and then start working on that piece. But now another technique I want to show is that if you have a much refined mesh, you can also go to geometry, go to edge loop, and if you go to panel loops, give it a certain thickness and certain bevel. Now let's just click panel loop and see what it does. Insert panels around polygroups. Okay. This will take some time. Okay, I'm just gonna close this file and open again. Just a moment, my ZBrush is opening.
They get to experience all the crashes.
Huh? Sorry?
They get to experience all the crashes along with you.
Yeah. Remember to save your file often. ZBrush does
Full
crash.
ZBrush experience.
So is anyone currently modeling, or is anyone following? Okay. ZBrush is back. Yes, I know. I hope it saved my polygroup. Okay, no. Okay, so I'm just gonna do that on this low resolution mesh quickly. Mask. Polygroup it. Okay. Let's z-remesh this piece a little so that we have better geometry, and you can keep the polygroups by turning off on keep polygroups. So it will retain the polygroups that you have. And so we'll go back to panel loops in a minute, but at the moment there's another technique that I can show you. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna duplicate this piece and first of all clear this part, merge that into one polygroup, press Ctrl W. So this is one polygroup, and so now this level of detail that we did, like we could go much further than that, but at least this level of detail if you want to get back on this mesh. So we can first of all let's remesh this to say 5 count. So it's not the total number of polygons, it's just a factor here. Okay, so now when I have this and I'm gonna have multiple subdivisions, so what I want to do is I want to bring back this level of detail into this particular mesh. So what I'll do is I'll go to subtools, and first of all I will press shift and click on this particular eye, so that will hide all the other subtools together. And if I press shift and click on that eye again, it will unhide all of them together. But right now I just want to have this piece and this piece as visible. So I'm just pressing single click on these eyes again. So now currently in this subtool, and I can go to project, and I can set the projection distance. But right now let's just first of all go back to our lower subdivision level um, and click project all once. So it sort of projected that particular uh, model geometry detail onto this on level 0. And then when I do level 1, and I'll go to subtools, project all again. So that way we are sort of getting back those details. We can go one more level. Okay. Yeah, ZBrush is more like drawing. You get better at it with your practice. Okay, so now we have this model as it is, but as you can see, this model is very high resolution, and you don't have subdivision levels, but here you have various subdivision levels. And yep, so now let me make all of them into one polygroup. And so that's one way. but this one, let's z-remesh this again, and go back to our panel looping. So I'm just making all of them, this particular piece has one polygroup, and z-remesh, I want to keep the resolution a little bit high. Usually people that draw well tend to become ZBrush, especially with vacuum, very naturally. Yes, true. Okay, so now when we have this, I'm just gonna divide it one time, delete the lower subdivision, and let me save this file first. Yep. Okay. Now let's go to edge loop, panel loop, and so what it will do is it will create those panels, but I want to increase my thickness a little bit. And yeah, so right now, because my base model was very blobby, it's looking very blobby at the moment, but if we try to make, let's define this particular piece. So I'm just using edge polish brush right now, and you can also, if you want to refine your mesh, or make them sharper, you can go to clay polish and just click clay polish once, so it will basically polish your mesh. And now when you try to go to edge loops, panel loops, sometimes it creates these artifacts, so you will have to z-remesh this mesh again, and yeah, and then create panel loops. But if I go back to my earlier model, so if you look at this piece, so these kind of lines you can create using panel loops, where let's go back to our individual piece that we had created. And so I'm just going to divide this, duplicate this piece, and delete lower subdivision levels, and I'm just gonna group all of this complete subtool as one polygroup, and then I can use slice curve, and also so I showed you that when you are using slice curve, if you press alt once, then you get this curve. But if you want to have a sharper angle, then you can press alt twice. It will give you the sharp angle here. So this way I'm just creating these different um, panels, and now when I try to go to geometry, panel loops, so it will create those panels there. And you can play around with your polish, different panel settings. You can increase your bevel, you can set different elevation. Mm, and also I think this if you have more resolution to work with, then it will not create those artifacts. So initially, before I started doing this, duplicate, just add more resolution. This is too much, and now when I try to do panel loop, so it is creating those panels. And then if you want to create, if you're taking this particular mesh into Keyshot, and what you want to do is you want to create this piece as one complete piece, then you can, so right now as you can see, the edges are different polygroups, but if you want to give a material to this piece, you want to give same material to the edges as well, then what you can do is you can just press Ctrl W, and you will group all, like the complete subtool as one subtool, and then you can do auto groups. So auto groups works when you have so because we did panel loops, if I say right now, just press Ctrl Shift and click on this model. Okay, Yeah, if I hide this one, you will see that this, because also in panel loops we had double-sided on, so it created a panel on both the sides. It's better if you do that, because otherwise uh, when you are doing panel loops, it will only create front surface, and I mean it depends if you need it or not, but I think it works best for me this way. um, so yeah, auto groups basically creates different parts into different pieces, separates them into different pieces. And then so this is one major, like one kind of sculpting technique that, or designing technique that we explored in ZBrush, where you are just starting out with sculpting your mesh, and like um, sculpting it, developing it, and refining it. But there are other techniques as well that you can start out with. For example, if you are looking at this particular piece here, so this particular piece was made using a technique called shadow box. So let's start with that. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start with a sphere, and I will first of all make it a polymesh 3D, and then go to geometry, shadow box, and now you'll see that there is a certain resolution given to it, 128 polish 10. Let's see what happens when we click shadow box. So right now, because I have my solo mode on, so what it did is that just press Ctrl Z. um, it basically created a box, and in that box you have like this surface, and on top of that this area is masked area, and the same, this area is masked, and this area is masked. So what it is doing is that it is it is projecting this particular mask in this axis. This area is getting projected on this axis, and the same on this axis. So um, the benefit is that you can create the various kinds of masks here. So let me just press control, click and drag outside. So now this box is empty, and now if I try to say mask, I'm just pressing control and mask, and right now I'm just doing it very randomly. So what it will do is it will project that particular area, that particular sketch into a geometry, and because right now the other areas are just blank, it is taking a rectangle as a default. But when I try to sculpt like this, say, so it created a geometry based on the intersection of this line and this line, this mask. So that way you can sculpt. Let me increase my mask, and so you can create this kind of mesh, which is, if you try to model this by sculpting, it will be difficult. But yeah, using shadow box, it's just easier to create these porous surfaces. And same, you can do that on the other surface as well. You can also so now when you just press control, click and drag outside, it will clear it. um, You can also work with symmetry. Just press X and so now I will just reduce my focal shift so I get sharp shapes. And I want to have symmetry in this axis as well. So, and yeah, it will totally depend upon like what kind of mask that you create. You can really create very small um, shapes, intricate areas. Um, your geometry resolution will depend upon the resolution that you set initially. Um, if you want to make something intricate, you will have to set your resolution right from the front. So you won't be able to adjust your resolution later on. But you can, if you turn this off, then now your mesh, like this becomes a mesh. Earlier, if you had it on, you would not be able to sculpt on top of this because you are working primarily with mask. And yeah, you just turn this off and increase your resolution to say 250, and when you press shadow box it will again take up that geometry, but now you have a high resolution. Now you'll be able to sculpt on top of this. But yeah, you will have to keep in mind that shadow box will always work with intersection of that mask and this mask. Can you add a black and white image on these surfaces? You can uh, use alpha. So let me import some alpha here. And yes, and you will have to use a drag rectangle if you want to import that. So now you have that as a mesh. And also you will, because we have polish on, it's sort of polishing that particular area. So we can turn that off to say keep it 2. And so now it's coming closer to that. If we also reduce it down to say 1, oops, press control, and yeah, and say if you want to just have a small thickness of it, what you do is just have go to masking brush and go to mask rectangle, mask square, uh, because it's here square is turned on, it was taking the square, and also center was turned on, so you will be able to also do that centrally. So now I'm just creating this rectangle centrally. mm, I think I had to do it on this axis. So yeah, you'll be able to create this pattern. Sometimes it creates this issue. So what you need to do is just mirror and weld it on the other axis. But yeah, the more refined you want, the higher the resolution you keep. So um, let me go back to, okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep this polish into 0 and turn off my symmetry. And in order to create those kind of these parts which are more mechanical looking, so just use your polish as 0 and turn on shadow box, clear your mask, turn off center. Okay, so now I'm just gonna create rectangle. So using a rectangular mask, I just create random shapes, or you can also create a very precise shape if you want to create, say, um, like I know that those people who make, say, who's design guns, they use something like this, and then you can use lasso as well. So using lasso stroke, you get one side as a straight line, so you can also create those kind of slant shapes. And yeah, let me just create abstract shapes right now. So as you can see, yeah, because I have solo mode on, and yeah, because we have 0 polish as 0, so it will take up only uh, it will make it very sharp and boxy. So I want to reduce the resolution a bit because I think this is too much. So I'm just gonna reduce this down to 70. I think this is fine. Now I'm just pressing Control and Alt to minus some parts. So this way you can create like a very abstract orthogonal boxy shapes. So this is quite fun to use as well because it creates very nice geometries and um, unexpected shapes. Okay. First thing want to do is change my autosave time. Just a moment. It's stuck. Go to preferences. Autosave. Quick save. Okay. And you can also set your usually by default I think this is set to something 100 or something, which means that you will have 100 ZBrush files of this one particular model. It really saves like it takes up too much space. Okay, would you recommend adding materials and textures in ZBrush itself, or would you prefer other softwares like Substance Painter, Substance Designer, Blender? Um, so I've used Substance Painter, but it's very like if you want to import your mesh into Substance Painter, you will have to have all your subtools UV unwrapped. It's really quite a pain to export your mesh into Substance Painter. Um, so if you are just making abstract shapes or like if your shapes are quite simple and not complex, then you will be able to unwrap it easily. But sometimes you get into very complicated shapes, and sometimes you have geometry that is quite distorted or very high resolution. Then it takes time to unwrap all the pieces together. For example, this piece has so many subtools that many a times it doesn't like it's just quite a time consuming and tedious process to export this particular mesh into um, Substance Painter. So unless you really need to do that, uh, don't do it. Because Substance Painter is mainly designed for game designers, and they have to go through that process. But for us, we need not go through that process. We can just apply texture in ZBrush and then take it to Keyshot. So but unless you if you're 3D printing it, you will have to unwrap all your pieces. I mean, if you want to 3D print with color. um, okay, so where was I? Yeah. Okay, and then you can go to geometry, turn this off. So now you have this one particular piece to work with. What you can do is or what I did in this particular piece is that I had a base mesh that I just generated, and like if you can see, so this solid piece that you see here, let me go to polygroups and click auto groups. Yeah. Okay, so this particular piece that you see, no, this one is extracted. So there is one solid piece that I used as a base mesh, and so I'll just show that over here. So once you have this base mesh, what you can do is you can also um, mask out certain areas, and so now you have this area. Let me first of all group all of them as one polygroup. So now right now I'm just doing it randomly, but you can think about like where you want to create additional pieces of geometry. I'll just show how that comes. So what you can do is that um, you can go to subtools, go to extract, give certain thickness to it. Let's just reduce the smoothness and turn off double. And now when I extract, accept, so I have these pieces here. Okay, I'm just gonna turn this off by just pressing Ctrl N. So yeah, so you get these kind of profiles which are quite interesting. So for me here, the idea was that I wanted to create this industrial looking um, area where in between I could fit in just a moment. Yeah, in between I could fit in these mechanical pieces, and I had these pieces as separate pieces, and I just kit bash all of them together into making it as if that this is some kind of a industrial looking piece here. So that's why I wanted to create those kind of um, boxy profiles. So yeah, you can choose to just keep this as it is, or you can just move them, and or also you can again do the same thing, just keep doing it as long as you want, and you will start to get some complex shapes. So it's very easy in ZBrush to get complex shapes. So now again I can do extract, I can give different thickness. So you have something like this. Again, if you want, you can do the same process on top of this, maybe give less thickness. Mm, mm, mm. I think the resolution is less. No, the base piece resolution is less. You can divide this, turn off smooth, and just divide this. Now let's see. Mm, I don't know why it's oh okay, because I have smooth on. Mm. So it creates very nice, interesting looking shapes and profiles. So that's shadow box, and then there is also another technique called remesher. So here I just use some pieces together and combine them in multiple ways, mirrored them together, just merged, and or let's just use this piece. Oops, sometimes you'll have that mask on, so just clear your mask and so you can just deform them anyhow. And also while I'm rotating it, when I press shift, I'm basically snapping onto particular angles, and you will see that at the bottom in white color the text written, the angles are written. Okay, how can you select all the mesh which is connected and get rid of floating artifacts? Just a moment. Okay, so what you can do, if you want to get rid of the floating artifacts, you will have to, so right now this all the pieces are floating artifacts here, but let me see here as well, maybe here. Okay, so what I can do is that right now I'm just masking, sorry, grouping all of them together by pressing Ctrl W, and then go to polygroups, click auto groups. So auto groups will basically create a group of polygroups which are connected. So this one polygroup is connected throughout, so it created one polygroup. uh, this is one polygroup connected and separate, so that way you will have to individually select or deselect areas which you don't want. For example, if you don't want this, then use select lasso brush or select rectangle and just mm, get rid of that piece, so that way you'll have to get rid of it. Okay, also um, okay, yeah, now when you have this particular piece, so let me, yeah, um, if you want to say make any changes, say I'm moving this piece, but what if I want to move all the subtools together, um, and also keep, I don't want to merge them but I want to move all of them together, then if you look at your gizmo, just a moment, you will see the few buttons at the top. So these are gizmo related options. For example, if you click on this one line here, then it will show 3 lines. That means that all the subtools that are visible, you will be able to move all of them together when you have these 3 lines together clicked. So now when I'm moving, this one is not moving because in this particular piece, mask, certain areas are masked. So you'll have to Control Z, go to that particular piece, and just clear the mask. Or so if you go to masking, here you will see areas where whenever say I have mask, it will show me view mask on. I have that, actually I had this button somewhere here on my UI, but right now I don't have. So to just check whether you have mask on or not, you can just, right now it's on, so I'm just gonna clear this mask, and now just press up button, so you'll basically swipe through all the subtools that you have, and now you'll see that this particular subtool had mask on. Now I'm just gonna clear this and turn off my solo mode. And now when I'm moving all of them together. I can also scale all of them together, rotate. So that's shadow box. Then there's also something called as array mesh, where you will be able to array your geometry if you turn this on. Mm, and there are a lot of settings, but the settings for you to just initially start keeping in mind is like, this is where you will see number of arrays, and this is your x, y, and z direction to array. So now when I increase my x amount, so right now it is arraying only one particular subtool. If I want to array all of them together, I will have to merge them together. But yeah, it sometimes creates a very nice, interesting looking profiles and like shapes. For example, I'll just import one piece that I had. Um, hey, no worries, Yashad. Sorry for the, but say that there are thousands of floating artifacts and just want to select the highest poly group. Then is there a way to check on the largest visible poly group and delete the rest? This can be answered later as well, because okay. Um, I mean, you will just have to like any polygroup that is that has more density, it will definitely be much more complex. And for example, let's look at this particular piece here. So this I created using array mesh, and it has this as one particular piece. But in general, so right now this one is 700,000 poly count. um, yeah, there's no direct way to select the highest poly count poly group. So yeah, these kind of profiles that you can get out of using array mesh. So just go to array mesh, um, and you can, so right now I'm offsetting this particular piece. Let me first of all merge all of them together, because I think this single one is not looking that great. So I will just go to merge visible. You can also merge down if you want to merge two pieces together. um, for example, if you want to merge this one and this one together, you'll have to move this one up by just clicking here at this arrow. If you click on this arrow, you are just selecting different polygroups. But if you are using these arrows, you are basically moving them up and down. um, so I'm just gonna click merge visible. That creates another subtool, another tool here. And I will just go to array mesh and increase the repetition count. But yeah, like depending on the number of your repetitions, so it will be a very heavy mesh at the end, and also based on your base mesh. But you can always turn off your array and edit your geometries and then turn it on, so you'll have those settings retained, and only when you click on make mesh it will convert that particular piece into a mesh. So you can also scale in different axes if you want to. You can rotate. So usually like you will see, so it creates very interesting geometries and shapes. um, of course these kind of geometries are very speculative in nature. If you want to convert them into a mesh that you can work with architecturally, you will have to go through the route of first of all using something called as remesh. So we'll look into this in just a minute. So it will create a blob, and then you basically use z remesher, and then you use project technique that we explored. So basically you are creating a projection like a model which has multiple subdivision levels, and all these details are projected, but that will be as many times it doesn't work that well. So these are just speculative in nature. um, but if you really want to take them forward and use them architecturally, then um, also there is another technique that we will explore. It's called z remesher, where you will have to basically create a very low resolution model of this, and then slowly work on that particular mesh together. So it's again a very tedious and time consuming process when you actually start detailing it out or using this particular design as your final design model. um, so yeah, you will have to convert this into a mesh. You can also play with various graph. So you can use this. So because x amount is 0, it's not showing anything, but y profile, if you do this, so it's basically taking this particular graph and changing accordingly. And yeah, then you can just click on make mesh, escape. Okay, I lost ZBrush. Just a moment. Yeah, I mean, like Unreal Engine, like you can import high poly meshes in Unreal Engine. I mean, it's a game engine, so you are not importing high polys, but you are converting. I mean, yeah, I guess in Unreal Engine 5, the poly count that you can import will be higher. Um, but I mean, you can also import high resolution meshes. Basically, those meshes, high resolution detail will have to be a texture. Like that's how in game design they do, right? They have a low poly model, and then on top of that, there's a high resolution texture. So all the details are converted into textures. Just a moment. Okay. Hmm. Um, um, okay. So can you render all the maps from a pattern that you generate here? Yeah, you can convert your so like the reason why we work with subdivision modeling in this where we have different levels of subdivision is that like you have a low poly model and then you have a high poly model, and though that high poly model you convert that into a displacement map, and that displacement map you can export. um, I'll just show. You can go to Z plugin, and there there's a 3D print hub. Not 3D print hub. There is a command where you can export all the maps together. Okay. Hmm. Okay, so yeah, we explored shadow box, we explored array mesh, and now I want to go back and also teach one of the techniques for creating those hard surface shapes. Um, so you can go to subtools, and there is something called a z-sphere. So what you need to do is you need to just append this z-sphere, and now the way z-sphere works is that, so currently I have my uh, move tool on, but as you can see we don't see any gizmo. That is because right now I'm just clicking and dragging on top of this. um, if I have draw mode on, so this is not a sphere that we initially started to work with. You cannot sculpt on top of that, on top of this. This is used as a tool to sculpt, like create geometries. So now when I try to um, just click on that, it will create another sphere. So the more I do that, it will create this kind of geometry. So what it is doing is that it is creating loop of spheres, and I can go to move and drag one of them. So now I'm just, so these are just spheres connected by different spheres altogether. So this is also used primarily, for if you want to create a humanoid shape, you can create using this. Let me just go back and let me move this. And now when I have symmetry on, so now as you can see, my other red dot is on the other side of this model. I'll turn on local symmetry. um, yeah, now it is working with this particular sphere. So you can create, you can go to draw mode and now just move this. And if you want to retain the same size of that sphere, um, you can press shift and it will retain the same size as the previous one. And now I'm using W to move this one. So yeah, that's how you create a humanoid shape. But in our case, we don't want to do that. I am going to go back. What I want to do is that I want to um, I'll just move this away so that it's not coming on in my way when I work. Like for example, I will not keep this mesh somewhere here because I want to work on this mesh and I don't want to see this. So I'll just move this somewhere and also reduce the size. You just click and drag, so it will reduce the size of it. And now if you go down, and also keep in mind that when you're using Z-sphere, these palettes keep changing with different kinds of uh, objects that you have. Mostly with the other, like these kind of sculpting objects, they mostly remain the same. But since Z-sphere is a different kind of an object, it has a different uh, palette altogether. So here I am going to okay, before I get into that hard surface thing, I also just want to showcase one more uh, technique available to Z-sphere. Is that if you turn Z sketch, if you go to Z sketch, click on edit sketch, and now let me see, I have my symmetry on. Now when I try to um, yeah, because I had scale mode on, it was getting bigger. I'll go back to my draw mode, and now I'm actually just making and it's actually taking my tablet pressure for draw size. Just a moment. Tablet pressure, use global setting. Okay, yeah. So this is also one way to sculpt. You can use freehand, and once you are done with that, you can turn this off. No, you will have to go to unified skin, and click make unified skin. And what it will do is it will create another mesh based on your sketch. So again, this resolution will depend upon the resolution that you give over here. You can click preview to see, and then set resolution accordingly. but again this will give you an initial base mesh to work on, and then you can sculpt and add more details and everything. um, so yeah, that was Z sketch. Let's go back. Yeah, so we were here. So now what we want to do is we want to start adding um, finer shapes here. So I'll go to topology. I'll click edit topology, and what it will do is it will basically gray out this sphere, and I also want to reduce I change this gray color and make this mesh a little bit darker as a preview mesh, because we are going to create low polygonal model on top of this. So just click one. If you click once, you will see that there's this one point appear. You click one more time here, you will see um, a line appear. So what we are doing is we are basically retopologizing this particular piece. So in order to do that, you just need to have um, a quad geometry, and yeah, this allows you to have more control over your geometry. You can just click once and click one on top of that. Many a times you will get confused here, because sometimes say, okay, so when you see that this thing is getting highlighted and this red circle getting highlighted, um, just know that the next point you click, it will snap from like it will start from that point. So as you can see, that line got created like it started from that point. um, but like again, see right now, but right now what I want to do is I want to start from this point, and so just click once, and yeah, it will create that particular line. So just to avoid that, what you do is just pan a little bit so that that gets like that goes away, and then click once on that particular point from where you want to start, and then yeah, click another point. So, and if you want to delete certain lines, then just I'll just pan a little bit so that that white thing is gone. And okay, somehow oh, okay, it's fine. Many a times what will happen is that it will sort of go into a different mode. Yeah, I went into a different subtool altogether. So just go back to that subtool, or sometimes it will also go somewhat like this. And what you need to do is you need to go to topology, sorry, you need to go to adaptive skin, turn off your preview, and it will bring back those lines. And if you want to delete any line, what you need to do is just when you see that yellow line and that white dot, just click once. That means you are dividing that line, and then press alt and click on that point. You will delete that point. So now I want to create one more point here, and yeah, when you see this white point, that's where you will create another point. And so when you have this low polygon model, um, yeah, you can go to adaptive skin, and when you preview it, um, when I go to solo mode, as you can see, we have much higher resolution, but like our intention was to create a low polygonal mesh. So I will reduce my density to 1. I will also reduce my dynamic resolution to 0 and turn it off and on one more time, and now we have this as a very low polygonal mesh. And then I just click on make adaptive skin, and it will create another tool here. So yeah, many a times you will end up having many tools here, so sometimes you will just have to go and delete some of them. Certain primitive geometries will not get deleted, but yeah. So once you have this, but since you are working in this particular tool, and this is not your the skin that this adaptive skin generated. This is just, again, it's just a preview. So you just hide this one, and this is the one that we want. In order to get that, just click append, and you'll be able to find it here, and it will come at the bottom of your list. So now you have this particular piece, and just gonna unhide. So, and now you can work with Z remesher, sorry, Z modeler. So now I am working with polys, edge loops, and I will first of all go to geometry, crease polygroup, so it will create a crease around it, and I will just press D to have a dynamic subdivision on. So now we have this particular mesh, and I can go back and forth between low and high poly. Now I'm just extruding this particular piece inside. So now I have this particular piece here, and go to dynamic subdivision and increase my subdivision level to 4, and then I can also, so you can explore various different actions available to you. You can also crease, you can bevel. So if you go to bevel and select either edge loop complete or partial or poly loop, so you can bevel this particular area, and if I just click once, it will take up the bevel width that I had given earlier. And now when I do Control D and just increase my color here, so I have a nice bevel. I hope this one is saved, I think it should. Um, you can paint in ZBrush. I think those reference images. Um, yeah, I think they use ZBrush. You can do all kind of painting in ZBrush. Yeah, they look really amazing. Okay. So yeah. Mm, so yeah, working with Z-Sphere really helps creating these much more refined shapes and profiles. Let me import my model here. Okay, so this is one model, and so again in this, I've just created separate for this piece. For example, I've just created separate polygroups, and then using panel loops created these different panels, and I'll also import another third model. So next, we will look into creating these tubes, and these kind of tubes here. So I guess I'll just make on top of this. So in order to create tubes, there are a couple of ways to do that. Um, there is, if you go to brush, there is one brush type called curve tubes, where if, let me see, now when I try to create make tubes, um, first of all I will need to have, when working with tubes or when working with these curves, your geometry cannot have multiple subdivision. You will have to um, have single subdivision level. So let me just import that particular piece. um, yeah, so every time you, for example, I want to import these two pieces, either you can just keep them visible and hide everything else and then use merge visible, or you can also, every time you select a different subtool, it gets updated over here and automatically in this particular menu. So that's why I imported that for piece first, and then now I'm importing, uh, if I want to now import the second one, I will have to at least select this one in this tool first, and then go back here, and I'm just gonna delete this cylinder. um, yeah, so now let me first of all get rid of those subdivision levels. I'll just go to lowest subdivision level and delete the highest one. Again for this one I think it's okay. Now let me merge both of them together. Okay, so now when I want to create tubes, when I do this, you will see that it's somehow not really following any particular, like it's not even following the geometry, it's happening randomly. You can create, just click and drag, you can, so right now it is happening in random space, and you can just click at one edge and drag, and that way you'll be able to create um, these tubes. So what it is doing right now is that every time you click, so if I want to make a new tube, or if I just want to freeze this particular tube and move on with on next sculpting, then I just need to click once on the model, and now that has become a mesh. Or for example, right now this is not a mesh geometry, this is a curve geometry, and the mesh is just a preview. um, so you just click once, and as you can see, right now there is a blue circle and this is your red circle. So the width of your tube is determined by your um, draw size of your red circle, but when you go near your curve, you will see that this radius is different. um, so this radius is basically your curve. Like if I want to move this particular um, tube, I am moving this according to the radius of this blue circle. In order to increase or decrease the radius, just press S or shortcut, because the moment you move here, your blue circle gets changed to red, so that draw size is different there. So I usually press S to reduce my size, and this allows for larger uh, changes, whereas if the draw size is less, it will give you less smaller changes in your mesh. um, so yeah, that way you can just move your tubes accordingly. You can also go to stroke and go to curve, and then you can lock your start and end position. So now when I try to move it, my start and end positions are locked. They are like, you will be able to move them if you click on one of them and then move, then it will basically move. But if you try to move it, like if you click somewhere else and try to move that point, it will not move. You will have to just click on that particular point. uh, since ZBrush 2020 has cloth simulation, is there a way to use its gravity attribute to control the way your geos hang, be it a tube or rope, or is it just flat surfaces that work with the cloth simulation? Um, I have not tried ZBrush 2020 yet. Actually, I mean, I have not tried the cloth simulation yet, so I will not be able to answer that question. Um, so yeah, this is just one way to create your tube. Another thing, you can go to uh, picker and click on continuous Z. So like earlier how we used to create these tubes in random space, now when I try to draw, uh, it's basically following my geometry. But the moment I let me first of all turn off my lock start. Okay. And yeah, the moment I'm moving it, it is sort of partly following it and partly not following it. You can also go to brush and click on depth, and this is where your um, tube depth is determined. So this is the darker one is the surface and this outer one is the outer space. And if you keep it here, then it will automatically um, create tubes outside your geometry. So you can also keep it to 100, so it is totally going outside your geometry. And so this is one way to create your tubes. Another way is also using Z-sphere. So you can reduce, say, size of this and press. So you can start to create a profile that you want. For example, what if we want to have some tube that is going along this length. So I'm just pressing shift and then W to move that particular sphere, and again the same thing. So this has more control over the kind of profile I want to create. And if you want to say reduce the size of it all together, then you can press Alt. Yeah, this is sometimes very tricky. Yeah, so you see that yellow line. When you see that yellow line and press Alt, you'll be able to reduce or increase your size. And then you can go to adaptive skin, and let's just reduce this particular so now when you have this particular very low polygonal geometry, then what you can do is you can just a moment, yeah, click make adaptive skin, and then you will have to import the skin here. And once you have this, I'm just gonna first of all group all of them together by just pressing Ctrl W, and now I'll just mask, sorry, hide this much area. Sorry, what I want to do is I want to get rid of this part, so I'll just hide this one, and hide this one, and then go to geometry, delete hidden, and now go to Z modeler. I thought I changed this to 45 minutes or 30 minutes. Yeah. Um, so I can go to Z modeler, and this time what I want to do is I want to create a poly loop, a poly group in a poly loop direction. So we talked about we can polygroup single poly, or you can polygroup all polygons or all quads, but we can also do poly loop. So it will, when you see this orange line, it's basically going taking a poly loop off on this line. So when I click here, so it created that particular polygroup in this line. But if I go this way, then it created a polygroup on that axis. So let me just create this, and now I'm just pressing Control Shift, and mm, yeah, I'm just hiding the rest of the model, and I will just press Control W once because I want this to be a separate different color, and press Control Shift, click once to unhide everything, and again I will do the same thing. So what I want is I just want these two polygroups. I will just hide this one. I will inverse the mask visibility, and then I will delete hidden. So now I have this particular piece here, and so let's go to a sphere. So what we are going to do is that we are going to take a sphere and add some detail on top of it, and then apply that particular cylinder on that curve. So if you look at, say, this kind of detail here that we can achieve using that technique. So let's go to select this cylinder, and if you see here, usually all the meshes that we convert into a polymesh 3D, it will always have some kind of prefix as PM3D. For example, if you go here, or let's just make this a polymesh 3D, it will always have PM3D cylinder. But since this is just cylinder 3D, so that's a primitive object. So it will have you'll be able to control the number of sides and number of iso curves. So you can go to initialize, and this is where you can change your horizontal and vertical subdivision count. So let me change this to 1 3. Okay, and so I'm just gonna keep this 8 sides, and now I will convert this into a polymesh 3D. So it's just identical mesh, but it's an editable mesh. And now what I want to do is I want to just delete these parts because this is going to be a tube, and like the top and the bottom faces. So using Z modeler, I will just delete these pieces, and you can also go to display here, display properties, and click double, so you'll be able to see the back side of your mesh as well. And let me just delete this part. Okay, so now I want to add some more detail here. So I will first of all turn on my symmetry in the y-axis, so I have both the same, but I will need a horizontal division here. So I will hover over edge, and then go to insert multiple edge loop, and in the division I will just keep it to 1 so that it creates a center line at the center. Yeah, so now whenever we try to make something on this side, it will always replicate it. We need this horizontal line. So if I try to say insert an edge loop here, it will only do it on one side because it does not have that central division. So let me divide that one more time. So now when I'm inserting single loop, okay, So you can add any kind of detail that you want, just so this is basic polygon modeling, so you can model any kind of detail that you want. I'm just going to extrude and polyloop, use polyloop as my target, and sorry, extrude along this edge. So I have this particular detail here, and let me add some more detail on top of this. You can also use radial symmetry. So let me see if 4 works. Inset. So now with 4 radial count, it is, yeah, making that detail alternatively. Just gonna use single poly. Okay, so this is just one kind of a detail, and the way we take this particular piece into a curve model is that we will go back to this piece, and yeah, we had this piece here. Okay, I'm gonna hide this piece, and yeah, you can go to stroke and go to curve function and turn off border and crease edge and keep polygroup on and click from mesh. So now it is giving you a curve from that particular mesh, and what you can do is you can go to because again this is very straight line, we want to have a much curved version. So now first of all I'm going to increase my draw size. No, yeah, it will depend upon the number of polygons you have in this particular piece. So let me first of all flip the normal direction. You can go to display properties and just click flip, yeah, or just click double sided, yeah. But at the moment I'm just gonna use this curve. You can also go to curve, curve modifiers, and yeah, let's go back to this particular piece, and what we'll need to do is that we'll need to convert this into an insert mesh brush. So you can go to your brush palette and create an insert mesh and create a new brush. So it basically you have now created this as your uh, insert mesh brush. So now I'll go back to this piece, and um, if like now when I try to click, what it will do is it will just create a single instance somewhere, but we want it to flow along the curve, so we'll need to uh, change our mode into a curve mode. So now when I try to click on this, yeah, it will basically follow that curve, but the direction is wrong, so we will need to change this into a top view and then create insert mesh again, and this time you can use append, so it will append onto the same brush. So now when I click on this again, sometimes you have to do a trial and error. I think this one will work. Create insert mesh, append, and yes. But as you can see, all of them are not really getting attached. They are individual pieces. So you can go to brush and go to modifiers and click well points in stretch, and now when you uh, just press a single click on that curve, you will see that all your mesh is merged together, welded together, and now you will be able to go to stroke and curve functions, and here you can set smoothen your curve by just pressing smooth, and if you reduce your draw size, you will basically be able to this resolution, that black and the red line that you see, is the resolution of your curve. So um, you can smoothen, you can also change your smoothness that you want to apply. So let me smoothen this a little bit more, and yeah, I think this is okay. um, of course you can try like having a different kind of detail. I think in my case it worked with less number of detail here. um, and yeah, you will see this particular piece as well. What you need to do is, right now that particular mesh is masked. um, if you are not sure, you can just go to masking and see this is turned on, that means the mask is on. We can go to subtool and split mask point, so it will split this particular part, and we can just delete this particular part. So yeah, this way you can create uh, like you can have much more you have the control over the kind of tubes you want to create. And then let's go back. So again, in this all these pieces are created using same panel loops, different grouping, um, different, like I just group them together using slice curve, and then just played around with different kinds of panel loop thickness. And then if I go back to my other model, yeah, there's one okay, so if you see, I also have provided some mechanical parts. Just a moment. So in the files folder, I've given these pieces, and you can use these pieces and kit bash them together. Okay. Um, yeah. So what you can do is, let's go to this particular piece, and if you go to your brush menu and click I, so here you will see there are different IMM means insert mesh brushes. Um, and so ZBrush has provided few template insert mesh brushes. For example, if you look at this piece, like the way you handle insert mesh brushes is that you press M for model, and you will see a different set of um, tools appear or models appear, and you can just select individual one of them and just click and drag. Let me go back to my other model because this one is much higher resolution. Okay. Yeah, so now I can just click and drag individual pieces. So I'm just gonna use this model as a base mesh, or instead this one. Yeah, much lighter. um, okay, so I'm just gonna first of all hide all the other ones, and yeah, so you can just select any piece and just click and drag, and yeah, I mean that's how I have placed all those pieces into particular positions here and here. So you just import some of the pieces, and you can use the ones that ZBrush has given, or you can also create your own ones. For example, let me just, yeah. So if you go to this particular file, what you can do is that you can, right now all of them are into one piece, um, into one subtool. So I'll just say if I want this particular piece, um, I'll use select rectangle, and you can also, okay, you can import this as a single insert mesh brush, or like the way we did with the tube, or you can say, let me have, okay, so I'm just gonna delete the rest of the ones because it's too heavy. Modify topology, delete hidden, and I'll just first of all polygroup all of them as single polygroup, just by create auto polygroups. um okay, I guess I will have to separate these as individual. What I want to do is I want to have separate subtools for all these ones. So you can just create a mask and press Ctrl W, so it will mask this as one, this as one, this as one. Okay, so now we have different parts as different polygroups. and we can just click group split, so it will create different subtools for all the parts. So if you want to create a insert multi-mesh tool, then we will have to have different subtools. You can go to brush and create insert multi-mesh. So now it will go through all the subtools and create a new insert mesh multi-mesh tool. And now we can go back to our model. Yeah, and now if I press M, I have access to all the different subtools that I had, and now you can just start inserting, and yeah, you can really go crazy with this. So in my model, I had placed very strategically, but if you want to just create a random kit bashed model, you can also do that. And remember, like right now, since we started with this one particular this mesh, so all these insert mesh brushes that models that we are inserting, they're getting inserted into this one subtool, and every time you do insert a new mesh, it masks all the other areas. So what I'm trying to say is that you can keep all your kit bash pieces as a separate model. So in order to do that, right now I will just clear my mask first, and yeah, just separate these pieces because I want to keep this particular mesh as one single mesh. And now go to split hidden, so that way I have this as one particular subtool. And now when I try to insert a new mesh, it will basically a part of this one. It's just a way to organize your meshes. um, okay, it's stuck. Just a moment. um, okay, somehow my webcam is not working. Just a moment. Okay, sorry. um, yeah, so yeah, that way you can just place individual pieces, and also the moment you insert one particular mesh, all the other ones are masked, so you can also organize your or just place according to um, like however you want. You can just use gizmo and rotate it, and then move on to the next one. um, so yeah, and What else? So again, these kind of details are just modeled after I converted each tubes and then just export using Z sphere. For example, okay, there's one last technique, I think. So if you see this detail here, let me go back to my model here. Okay, this one. Okay, so since this has various subdivision levels, it's easier to unwrap this model. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to C plugin and go to UV master and unwrap. Okay, so you'll have to be at the lowest subdivision level in order to unwrap. And once you have that unwrapped, you can let's increase the resolution a little bit more, divide. So there is one technique to apply surf patterns as 3D geometry on top of your mesh. So you can go to surface, go to noise, and a new window will appear where you'll be able to navigate same way as you do it here. But there are some more settings here. For example, if you increase the strength, you'll see that there is some noise that is coming on top of this mesh. You can click UV, so it will follow a UV map that you have applied. And what you can do here is that first of all, I'm gonna reduce my noise strength, noise scale to 0 because I don't want any noise, and I'm gonna use alpha here. So I'll go to alpha and say so this is one. You can search for greeble textures and it will give you these kind of patterns. So now here you can first reduce your basic noise to 0 here. Sorry, it was not here, but yeah, over here you can increase your sorry, here you can increase your alpha scale, increase or reduce. And this is also a nice quick way to add more detail onto your mesh. You can adjust your strength here, and so I think earlier we used symmetry for unwrapping, that's why it's giving this sharp line, but later on we can make mirror and weld this piece so it will have the same symmetrical uh, patterns on both the sides. And then set offset, yeah, there are these offset buttons, but I don't think so they work most of the times. So you can just play around with different kinds of alphas and you can just click OK. So right now I've just applied this on the whole model, that's why it's not looking so great, but you can apply it onto certain parts and pieces, and it can really look really nice. You can click on apply to mesh, and yeah, as you will see, it will require you to have more uh, subdivision levels and much higher detail. So let's subdivide this, apply to mesh, and yeah, you'll have certain detail there. And then for this particular piece here, I just used same just using Z-sphere, sorry, Z remesher. I initially created that very low polygonal model, and then now here I'm just if you look here, I'm just using masking certain pieces. um, um, just a moment, let me go back to my, say, this piece here. um, I am just randomly masking, and also you can use a various alpha. Say, let's just say I use this one. Okay, okay, what to say, okay, yeah, drag rectangle, focal shift, and then just polygrouping them, so you will see that particular pattern. And go to masking, sharpen mask, and just mask that area, and then just press Ctrl Shift, select this one again, just random, so that way just create different polygroups first, and then using Z-sphere you can just extrude um, some of them. You can use extrude and then click on polygroup island, so that will basically extrude this particular island along with so all the polygroups in the blue color will get extruded. mm, I think no, you'll have to do that separately. So it's just taking this one particular island, and then you can also use inset. If you use inset, and so if you have inset each poly on, so it will inset. Right now it's insetting only single poly because I have single poly on. I'll convert it into poly island, so now it is just insetting this particular piece. And yeah, and then just export, extrude, or yeah, okay. So I just select, right now they're both sort of in the same polygroup, I think. um, or yes, you can just select this one. Let me turn off my alpha, and yeah, okay, just a moment. Yep, so I'm just going to, yeah, this is what I want to pick up. And then um, unmask, inverse mask, sorry, inverse the mask. And now when I press W and just click here and press Alt, sorry, press Control, So I'm just extruding that poly down, so you can this way just have certain indentation there. And yeah, it's just if you polygroup this particular area differently, then you'll also be later on able to select that and add a different color if you want. And yeah, there's another um, modeling technique using alpha, which is if you go to texture and also you go to lightbox, and there's something called a snap spotlight. So here ZBrush has given you some spotlights, so these are just alphas only, but if you double click on top of that, a new menu will appear, and you'll see there are some icons here. So the way you access is that you press Z, and this wheel will appear. And so right now I'm just clicking um, just here, and just right clicking, and I am panning this particular like these alpha sets that ZBrush has given. You can also load a new spotlight, a new image, and or you can also use a texture or alpha and click on for example, now when I do add to spotlight, I will be able to add this particular image here. So what you will need to do is that you will have to import your alpha over here in textures. Let's import this one, and then it will automatically get added. So now the way you usually this spotlight is used for poly painting on your model, but you can also create geometries based on your alphas, separate geometries. So the way you access this is like, as you can see right now, I'm just panning. I'm not clicking on anything in particular, but if I just do a single click on top of that, on top of this, then I have these different uh, options that are available. So let me just browse through some of them. So this is scale, rotate, so you can rotate this. So right now I'm just pressing shift to snap, and so these spotlight radius and opacity, all these functions are mainly for painting. But if you go down here, um, you will see something as snapshot 3D and duplicate. So let's click just a single click on this image, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna duplicate this because I want to just retain this as it is. I'm gonna duplicate it, and then just click here and drag, and just click and rotate this circle anti-clockwise, so it will reduce in size, and then just move it. um, if I press Z now, then that particular spotlight wheel will disappear, and I'll be able to work on this particular piece. So what I want to do right now is that I want to just make um, like those circles into tubes. So um, now when I press Z, again that will appear, and if I press shift and Z, that spotlight will disappear, and when I press shift Z, it will reappear, and I can just place this cylinder here and press Z. So now I'm just moving this, and if you click on that particular orange circle in the middle and then move it, you'll see you'll be able to snap onto particular uh, points. So right now let me snap here. So for example, if you want to snap the center of this into the center of this, then click on that circle and move that to the center, and it will automatically snap there. And now at the center, and now just move, just click outside and move it, and you will see there are some more dots appear on top of the geometry that was there, the cylinder geometry, and now it is snapping exactly at the center. So now if you press this camera icon, what it will do is it will basically create another subtool, and I'll just press Shift Z, and it created those spheres into those circles into geometry. But I think we did not have much mm, uh, resolution here. It sort of created um, this kind of pattern, like very odd looking circles. But it works well with, if we have say these kind of shapes. For example, I'll just press Z to turn on this spotlight menu, and just click on this piece, um, and duplicate this piece, and then move and click on this circle and snap it to the center of that, and increase the size. And as you will see, we have that the previous alpha over here. So I'll just click once on top of that, and then I can click delete, so it will delete that particular alpha from there. And then again I will just snap this back, and now if you like, because I clicked on that particular piece and moved, it was moving all of them together. I will just click outside, uh, just need to click on this particular piece, yep, and then move it. So I just want to move from the center, yeah, now, yes. And I'll just increase the size of it and click snapshot 3D. So Shift Z, so it created this piece here. So this is a very nice easier way. If you have certain kind of, say, you can also import um, like make some shapes in AutoCAD or Rhino, like just as curves, and then basically convert those curves into a JPG image in Photoshop. So, and then bring that JPG image as black and white image into ZBrush, and then create this geometry. I mean, yeah, you could, like, if you have those curves, you could definitely do that um, easy, like you just extrude that easily in Rhino. But yeah, I mean, if you want to do this here and then take this geometry and uh, use it with your other part of the model. So yep, I think I'm done. You guys have any questions? We could, yeah, talk. Mike?
Thank you.
Hello?
Hey, you're done now, yeah?
Hello? Are you
Yeah,
saying
you're done.
something? Just say something. Ah, okay, my audio is not working. Just a moment. Not able to hear anything.
Can you hear now? Hello?
Moment, just a moment. I think some issue with my speaker.
So does anyone have any questions that they want to ask on video?
Okay, now it's sorry, now it's working.
If anyone wants to ask any questions on video, just click the raise hand, and we'll bring you on here. Or if you just want to chat or have a statement. Anyone? No one? Okay, well, you have some questions there.
Well, thank you for joining this webinar. And thank you, everyone. Okay, I recently bought the new Asus and just installed Zebra. I realized that since it is 13-inch laptop, I'm unable to see the whole screen, such that when I tap on the brushes menu, it crops out. Is there a way around? You will have to reduce your document size, I guess.
I think I've seen that before.
Are you sharing something?
No.
Just go to document at the top. Let me. Yeah, just go to document at the top and reduce your resolution size. So that will reduce your model space size, and then it will have some space around for your brushes and everything.
So I was just looking at ZBrush help. Because I actually I saw this problem on another 13-inch computer.
Okay.
I'll send the link there. So basically, you need to make sure, first of all, with Windows that you're set to a resolution that meets ZBrush resolution requirement. So if your resolution is smaller than 1280 x 1024, you should change it. And then the other issue is Windows scaling in your display.
Okay.
So if you have it, sometimes computers are set to default to like 125%, 150%. And that can also cause it as well. So you'll have to change that until it works, basically.
Acha, okay. I never used a 13-inch laptop, so I never got into that issue.
Yeah.
Cool.
Well, I guess that's it.
Yep.
It's really cool. I was watching it all the time. It's just a lot of fun.
So
Everyone
you
that's
you really have a nice opportunity to like attend all the workshops and learn so much.
Yeah, I'm here all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, if anyone's interested, don't forget tomorrow's webinar. Today's the last day to register. And check out CD next weekend. And after this, when Zoom's done processing, you'll get email for the recording and all that. So. Your display res.
Yashar is saying is display resolution is 38.
So you have high res, so it might be your window scaling.
Yeah.
Oh, they want your UI.
Yeah. I'll share that. I'll share that in the Dropbox, right?
Yeah, just put it in the downloads
Okay, I'll do that.
when you're ready. Yeah, I don't know. If you still can't figure out the screen thing, you might have to go to the forums of ZBrush
Mm.
or get a bigger screen.
Yeah, it's always better to have a bigger screen.
Uh, okay, well, let's
Cool.
end this thing
Yep.
so everyone can go to sleep or enjoy their day, whichever they're doing.
Yeah.
Cool. All right.
Cool.
Thanks to you,
Thank you
everyone.
so much.
See you, Keyur.
See you. Bye, everyone, and thank you so much for joining. I'm glad you guys joined.
Yeah. Keep
Cool.
brushing. See ya.
Bye.